Right. Hello and greetings to you, viewer from across the tubes. I am Gnarly Quack, although my friends and enemies call me Carl, and I'm back working on Dr. Strangetest, my testing framework for PHP. And so let's get into it. I think we're in a clean shape here. I may actually merge this work into trunk and just push that up because we're going to start a little bit something new today. I think I'm going to work on sort of the last big feature to do that's left. Oh, I guess I should. All right, which branch am I in? Work. And then I guess I'll just call this using, and let's just check that off for work. But gonna work on, I think, like there's still a handful of stuff in this to-do file, but all of it is pretty much, well, there's some configuration stuff we can work on, but it's not really a priority. And then there's this, which I don't, it's hard for me to even test this because I'm not on Windows. Oh wait, this was, oh, this is one, I don't know, I may hold off on this one. I guess it's not a big deal. We can, it's probably not a big deal, so we can probably just do it at some point. But the last big to-do is this thing where we parse using statements in PHP files and then respect those using statements when we're declaring test dependencies. So I think that's what we're going to work on today. And to get started, let me actually just go private here for a second. I feel like I've got Fight Club camera going today. I don't know, things seem a little like I'm kind of in a dingy basement today. So I'm looking for this PHP parser here, and they have a grammar in here which I want to look at now. There used to be grammars for PHP 5 and 7. It looks like they've done away with that. Let me see if I can figure out where that happened. I don't think this is the history for the... Oh, I guess it is. They have been busy bees on this grammar. I would not think it would be changing that much. Renamed. I want to look at this commit. Can I just look at this commit? I guess this is really what I want. And I suppose actually what I really want to do, besides turning my fan on, is move this over here. So I don't want this history anymore, I suppose. I would just want this grammar. So let's just move that there for now and show me this file. So there it is. So I want to go through this and just pull out oh, I guess I accidentally closed that window. So now let me have fun with my windows here. Boink, okay. And I'm going to have to move that other file over. Boink. Okay. So let's just get a new blank buffer in here. And this is... Okay, we'll come back to that. We'll start with PHP 5. So what I'm really wanting to do here is find... I guess here under top statement, we have function declaration, class declaration, namespace. We want these using statements. So let me just grab these. You don't actually need this stuff at the end here. So we've got that. Now we want to look at, let's just go look at use type. Let's grab that. I guess we'll just stick this in here. I kind of wish, well, I don't actually think this was around when I kind of started thing, but it was sort of nice to have this. So we've got that, and now we have use declarations. So where are you at use declarations? We are here. So then we have a use declaration, which is here. So then we have, let me just take a look at this identifier actually. Well, let's go to legacy. All right, so we've got use declarations, it's right here, use type, use declarations, which cursively is a use declaration, comma, and then another use declaration, which we have here. So we want a legacy namespace name. Legacy namespace name. That's it, okay. Which just takes us to a namespace name. And so what else do we have here? Legacy namespace name, is that it? Oh, hey, Hagel, how are you? Welcome back. How are you doing today? Was that a Slim Shady reference? I'm doing okay. Moved on to kind of the last big feature that I want. Oh, no, that's fine. So I feel like I guess most of the complexity of this was added in PHP 7 and later. So right now I had mentioned yesterday doing this last feature about parsing use statements, which is kind of like how you import names in PHP. So this is kind of the last big feature. Excuse me, I forgot to mute my phone there. There is a project called PHP Parser, which parses PHP it's a PHP parser written in PHP, and they're nice enough to have a grammar in there. So I'm just walking through the grammar now to figure out sort of what valid using statements are. There we go. Yeah, well, this is actually not too bad, but this is PHP 5, and my framework supports PHP all the way back to 5.3, because I think we have it all here. But PHP 7, they've added, like, you can do, so basically, right, it's going to be like use foobar, and then you can like have as blah. And then they added stuff like use function, some func as bibble. Not, well, actually, there was somebody who, he hasn't been around for a while, or she, I guess I don't know who anybody is really, but they were in a 5.3 code base trying to modernize it. So, I don't think anybody that maintains their applications do. But it is still out there. And I'm just pulling this up. This is kind of, I don't know what a good source is to sort of get a feel for this stuff, but yeah. But this is kind of what I've been looking at, and 7 is like 5 usage has actually fallen off quite a bit. I've kind of watched this number change. But there are actually, I mean, PHP 5 has been end of life for a while, but there are actually more people apparently using 5.3 than even 5.5. So, yeah. Well, it's just like I'm not trying to encourage people to write new code or in old PHP, but I kind of feel like being a testing framework, it kind of has a unique sort of position. Like it's a tool I think you want available for older versions of the code, because like if you're working on a legacy code base, right, and maybe you need to add tests or whatever, or you want to migrate it, you want a tool that you can use and then bring forward. So I feel like if I was writing some other type of thing, I would probably not target such an old version, but I'm kind of like, well, if you're stuck working with a code base, what are you going to use to write your tests, right? Because most other testing frameworks, I think they kind of keep, oh, this version is deprecated, so now we can drop support for it. So yeah, exactly. So it's kind of I've intentionally made the decision to sort of support such an old version, but I wouldn't. Again, that's a choice I made specifically because it's a testing framework. So, and I'm not intending to always support version 5.3, although right now I haven't had to make too many changes. Like there are some like checks in version, but surprisingly, not too many. Because I've got things flagged as backwards compatibility. So, and most of it's pretty minor. So these are all like backward compatibility things I've had to do. So it hasn't been a huge burden actually supporting such an old version. Which I guess, yeah. I mean, there's some annoying things in there. I have multiple catch statements because they've changed their exception hierarchy. But I mean, what do we have here? Um, we've got like 55 backward compatibility checks for something like 5,500 lines of code. So that doesn't seem too bad. Um, so this is kind of what we have in yeah, it's one of those things where you never know until you try, and I'm like, well, as long as it's not too bad, I haven't had to make any hard choices about, yeah, do I need to drop support or do I need to implement a feature? What's kind of funny is as a result of that, I'm kind of like, right, I sometimes lurk on the PHP Reddit, and it's like, here's all the new stuff being added in PHP 8 point whatever's, and it's like, who cares? Like, I can do basically, like, there's some nicer sort of syntactical things, but everything I've kind of wanted to do was available all the way back in 5.3, so I'm kind of like, maybe you had some quality of life issues, but I guess I don't have strong opinions about new features and stuff anymore, but okay. So I guess this is everything, right? Yeah. Well, was it I don't know the version numbers that well, but when they added just sort of the ability to just write in JavaScript do class blah, I think that made life a lot easier for everybody in JavaScript instead of doing the whole like blah dot prototype dot foo equals function or something, right? Didn't you kind of have to do something like that? Yeah. So not having to do that anymore. And granted, my JavaScript is not, especially my old JavaScript, but yeah. Oh yeah, I wanted to look at identifier. Oh, it's just a string. Okay. I don't know why that needed a separate. Okay, so this is PHP 5. Now I suspect comes the pain. Okay, so top statement. We want these using statements here. And what is semi? Please tell me semi is okay. I feel like whatever this I'm forgetting what the formal name of this syntax is, but I feel like this has been kind of overcomplicated, which is kind of what makes this such a pain. Okay, what is error? What is that? Oh yeah. There is a term for this type of um yeah. No, but I don't know if you've ever written what am I looking for here? I think he describes what it is here. Bacchus Noir form. That's it. DNF. If you have any interest in that at all. But it's more important to know how to read it than to know, I guess, what the name of it is. All right, so semi basically is just going to be semi. Where are we here? So that's annoying. Use declaration. Oh, so use type. So because I'm doing automatic test discovery, so I already have a parser here. Let me see. I don't remember the name of the function. So parse identifiers. So basically, PHP has a built-in way to just tokenize an entire file. You just pass it like the source of the file, and and it returns all the tokens. And so I just have an iterator that takes that. You just get an array of tokens back, and then the tokens sort of tell you like this is a class token, and so then I want to grab the identifier, like what the class name is out of there. So I didn't have this at the time, but basically I look for the name, and then I kind of like consume the entire class definition. So that's how I find tests in the file. So I do that for classes, and then I do that for functions, basically. And then this also allows me to look for attributes on those things. Remember, I showed you yesterday you could mark an attribute or mark like a class or a function with a test attribute. So basically, I parse the I get the if we find a class or a function, I parse the identifier, and then well, this isn't where then I just return what we got. So this is called there's a couple places where I do this parsing. So then I just look, did I get a class back? And if so, is this a class whose name begins with test, or does it have the attribute on it that marks this as a test? Or if it's a function, is it a function whose name matches basically all the things that the framework recognizes? So it's just a real basic parser. But what I would like to do is remember the stuff we were doing yesterday where we had those, we were declaring what is this? Test runner, test dependencies. So right, this in a file this in PHP is how you bring in a name into sort of the local scope. So now instead of having to qualify a log buffer, I can just use log buffer. But then oops. So, but in here, what I would like to do is with this stuff, I would like these declarations to respect using statements, I guess. Yeah, this is what we were doing yesterday, where test3, we can say test3 requires test2 to pass. But right, you don't necessarily need to depend on tests in the same file. But what I'd like to do is just respect using statements. Well, there's no way really to Right, we're not passing in like a function literally here, we're passing in the name of a function. So, and later versions of PHP has, well, yeah, there isn't really any way. What? Why are we doing? Sorry, doing what? No, you can't really. Not in PHP. And well, you could maybe do that, but like later versions do have function literals, but there's not really any good way to introspect that or reflect on that to figure out what the actual function is that you've passed. Because we don't want to execute these functions here because they may have other, right, they have like their own testing context that they have to run inside, so we don't just want to execute it here. But like actually current versions of PHP, you could do like test2. I think the syntax of that is, if I can figure out how to get, that's the syntax for it, but then we'll get this closure, and I think if we try and reflect on it, oh, did it go red on me? Yeah, I don't know. I'm in like the Fight Club basement today. Yeah, later, well, so up until like PHP 8.1, this was how you would do that. In PHP 8.1, you could do something like that, but then there isn't, I don't think there's really any way to reflect on this to figure out what they actually passed us. You know what I'm saying? I guess I could check it, but it's 3? I don't remember. So this was only added in PHP 8.1. It used to stand for personal homepage, but now it just means PHP, I think. Well, it never really started like that's one of the reasons PHP is like such a sort of gnarly language in some respects because it didn't start off as a like a full-fledged programming language. It was basically like a bunch of like bindings to C CGI scripts so that the person that created it could just have a little bit of like dynamic behavior in their web pages. Yeah, basically. And then it for some reason got popular, and then it just like kind of steadily grew into an actual like full-fledged programming language. So there's like a lot of stuff in here, especially with like the standard library, and yeah, exactly. That is like, well, it's been like there's so many complaints about parameter orders and how the standard library functions are inconsistent in how they're named or how they take the parameters, and it's like, well, that's because it's been that way since day one, so there's no real reason to change it. So now what happens if we do... Oh, so that would, Huh. Oh, yeah, forgot to... Huh. No, that won't work in PHP. Let's see. It's gonna think that's a constant, I think. Yeah, undefined constant. Yeah. Oh, hey, Fern. I didn't see you come in. Your username is the same color as Hegel's. But hey, how are you doing? Oh, you've been here for a while. Oh, that was you saying PHP hates programmers. Oh, okay, you've been here for a minute. Sorry, your username is like the same length almost as Hegel's, and you were the exact same color, so I wasn't looking closely enough. But how are you today? Yeah, the orange boys with the red camera. I guess everything's just shades of red today. How red is it? Yeah. So that's actually interesting. I don't know. Oh, now you're actually red. Okay. Well, now I know you're here. You actually didn't need to change. I wasn't looking at chat closely enough. I don't know. Can you actually pick your color? I thought it was just randomly assigned to whatever chat you join. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. So I think so we have these use declarations. What is no comma? Do I want to know what no comma is? Okay. No comma is no comma. I don't know what I mean, I guess part of the reason for this is he uses this to automatically generate his parser. But this is such, like, this isn't even that hard of a grammar, but it's just the way this is laid out makes this really uh, kind of a pain in the butt to figure out what's... Here we go. Ooh, hot pink, huh? Cadet blue. Dodger blue. Huh. Yeah, what color did you pick for yourself? Are you fire brick? Oh no, there is just red. Huh, alright. So use legacy namespace name. Oops. Yeah, I've noticed that. Gray is darker than dark gray. And light gray is the darkest gray of them all. So I think that, identifier, what is identifier not reserved? A string, okay. All right, so I think that takes care of everything up to group use declarations. So use declarations. No comma, okay. Use declaration. Legacy namespace. Or T, which is a T string, T name, or T fully, okay. So that takes us through that. Now we have group use declarations. Uh, so I think I'll actually put this up here. Because, right, we have use type. We have a legacy namespace name, the name namespace separator, then this colon with unprefixed use declarations. Which non-empty, unprefixed, and then an optional comma. Right, where was this was unprefixed use declarations. Oh, that sounds good, but that does sound like a lot of lasagna. Okay, legacy name namespace tab. We have separator unprefixed, which is a non-empty unprefixed, which that is recursive in an unprefixed use declaration. Wait, non-empty which is a non-empty unprefixed use declarations, comma, unprefixed, or just an unprefixed, which is here. Yeah. Yeah, at some point I'm gonna just walk through this and collapse it, and we'll see this is actually very simple. So namespace name we already have. So that gets us out of that mess. So now we have legacy namespace name, which we already have here, and then we have inline use declarations, which has a non-empty. So let's stick that down here. So non-empty or an inline use declaration. Where is that? Inline use declaration. So we have an unprefixed use declaration, which you already have up here, or a use type, which we have up here, unprefixed use declaration. Okay. Yeah, well, so this is like this project is using this file, like they're defining the grammar, and then it's using like, I don't know what it's called, like Lex or Bison or Yak or something. So then it automatically reads this file in, and I think whatever this stuff here is, it's actually like injecting code into the parser, basically. So whatever tool he's using, it like reads this file in and then generates, basically it automatically generates the parser, so he doesn't have to, so all the author needs to do is write this file, and then the tool actually generates the parser, but I'm writing the parser manually, so, and I think that's part of why this is split up so much, because he needs to handle all these various cases. Because like there's what do we want? Did we look at optional comma? Do we know what an optional comma is? Oops, that's not what I. Okay, it's maybe it's either a comma or not. Okay. But I think we've got everything. And so now I just need to walk through this and sort out what we're actually doing here. But I'm gonna go refill my coffee, so I'm gonna just be gone for like 2 minutes, and I'll be back with some hot coffee. back in the Fight Club camp. Well, I already had a brewed Hegel. I just needed to go refill my cup. So I guess the first thing I want to do is just make sure that there aren't any significant differences between 5 and 7. Sure, yeah. So that is the same as there, and I'm just going to change semi into, oops. I suppose I should change that to... Okay, so that gets rid of that. So we have... That is no different. Use type is the same. Do we have use declarations? Looks like we do. Which is a non-empty... So basically this is going to be... should not have closed the crafting interpreters thing, just because it was nice having that. Enhancing our... Just give me the... Alright, well, I guess it doesn't actually matter if... so where are we here? Yeah, well, that's tough, I guess. Um, I mean, I feel like... I mean, if you're... I guess, like, if you're not opposed to making the code base open source, you could do that and try and build maybe, you know, attract some other developers. I suppose you could go on to... Yeah. So, but kind of one model is, you know, like if it's like a platform, you know, like GitLab, they're not that I've actually used GitLab, but my understanding is right, like their code base is open source, but their service, well, I guess it's a free service at the moment, but right, they can monetize the service, but if you want to download the GitLab code and set up your own GitLab server, right? It's open source, so you can do that. But they're monetizing it by actually running the service, so you don't have to set up your own server. So that might be one option. I guess the other option, I feel like, you could go to maybe various programming communities, like online, and see if anybody wants to work on the project with you, sort of pitch it and see if there's anybody that would be interested, sort of, with the skill set you're looking for that would want to work on it. Or the other option is to just, dive into it and, work on it and see if it gains some traction. And even if it's areas that you're not super skilled in, right? The fact that you'd be working on it, right? You'd have to learn it, which would make you better at that thing. But it'd be kind of slow going, I guess, if you're kind of learning as you go. But yeah. I mean, I guess it's kind of like you almost have to work on it, I suppose, on your own, and the areas that you don't know. I guess, I mean, I don't know sort of specifically what you're talking about, but you'll just kind of either have to learn it or make it good enough so that maybe you can get it to some point where somebody starts joining that's a little bit more knowledgeable and can then improve the quality of it or whatever. Yeah. But I mean, I kind of feel like that's sort of the startup life, right? You kind of start off in your garage, so to speak, and then it takes off, and now you're running half the internet on code that you're just trying to get the thing up and running. So, hey, Bazin. I'm doing well. How are you doing? Yeah, Bazin, no hexing people in my chat. Although it is October, so I'll give you a pass this month. Yeah, that's a lot of pull-ups. I don't even know. I'd be happy if I could do one. All right. Well, I feel like I could get my chin up. Then whether I can just kind of in a controlled fashion let myself down, or I'm just like, okay, I'm up, I'm done. That's a good amount of pull-ups. All right. So let's just move this up. So a legacy namespace name is a namespace name which is that. I deleted something I didn't mean to do. So that is all a legacy namespace is. Okay, and then a legacy namespace name. Or a use, right? A use declaration then is this with optionally T as identifier behind it. So that turns into that. Although I suppose in this T identifier, we just said is a oops. So then this basically turns into then a comma and a use declaration. Declaration. It's going well. I'm working on this feature here, and I'm just having to add this to my parser. So that is kind of what I'm doing. So all of that stuff that I had boils down to this, if I'm not mistaken. Right, and I suppose we can just test that out. Okay. I guess I can just test this out. Oh, that should be blah. Okay. Oh, okay. Although I feel like the president is a less important position, right? It's kind of more of a right. Oh, well, actually, I guess I don't. But does Austria have a like a parliamentary system? I guess I don't actually know what Austria's system of government is. Okay, so that is that. So that is what all of that stuff boiled down to, those 3 lines. Which is very easy to parse. Uh, Although I think I forgot, I think I just nuked, I think I forgot this. Um, Actually, this even collapses down to oh, I missed this group use declaration in PHP 5. Okay. Okay, all right. So the present seems to have a little bit more power than I guess I would have figured, but well, I'm a little bit annoyed that so. That is what all that boils down to. And maybe I'll just format this a little bit nicer. T use declarations, T use type, so that's optional. Use declarations, let me just, as a use declaration, which is a legacy namespace name. Is that up here? Yeah. So let me just look at this one more time. So use type as function or constant, so that's basically optional. Then use declarations is comma use declaration, which we've just defined here. And then use declaration is a legacy namespace name. Obviously, or optionally with as identifier. And we just said a legacy namespace name is a name, a T-name qualified, or a T-name fully qualified. Okay, so that is that case. And then, or we have, oh, and then we need this closing semicolon. Or we have this group use. So I guess what this would be worth breaking out is use declaration. Declaration, and then we'll use declaration. And we'll put that down here. Delete that. Or we said we have this group use declaration. And then I just completely missed this. Group use declaration. So use type, which we just which we have function or const. All right, legacy namespace name is that. In an unprefixed use declaration. Which this. And I guess let's just grab these again. So use type, and we know what that is. That's function or const. So unprefixed use declaration, which is an unprefixed use declarations with comma, which is a namespace name. Okay. And we have an inline use declaration. Inline use declarations. Inline use declaration. Unprefixed use declaration or use type unprefixed use declaration. So I think that is that tree. So let's see here. So again, this boils down to namespace name, which we just said is T string or T name qualified, and then we have T as T string. So that is what that boils down to. And so what used that? This used that. So this is t function or t const. And then we have unprefixed u, which you just said is that. Just stick that down there. Stick that down there. So that is inline. And so what we're saying is then we can have basically another one of those. That. Okay. So that is what that turns into. So yeah, this basically is going to go to tuse, t function, or t constant. And then we have t string, or t name qualified, or t name fully qualified. That is not optional. Then we have oh, I see what the difference is. I see what the difference is here. So if we have this, then this means everything in here is going to be either a function or a constant. Otherwise, okay, that makes sense. That makes that not optional. And then this goes to all right. I guess what I can do, because this is sorting this out is getting a little bit obnoxious. So let's just use that for a reference. And t use. This is going to go to parse So what else do we have here? We have a parse function, parse namespace, parse identifier. This is going to go to... Okay. I'll be here slogging through this. Parse using. And I guess we're going to take this token iterator. And so what we want to do is so let me look at what we've done here in the past. So we do, okay, so we grab the token and increase position. So we are advanced, right? Parse identifier. So iterator advanced after the TU's token. So what we want then is everything is going to start with the TUs. Right, and so, okay, I think this is going to be like a while true. We're going to want token equals yep, so yes. So we grab the next token, and basically what we're looking for at this point is a type declaration, or which is going to be a tfunc or a tconstant, and we don't actually care about tconstant. We only care about tfunc. So, and I think we're just getting raw tokens out, right? Yeah. So, and we're getting the actual token here in 0. So basically, if tconst equals token 0, then break, we don't care about using const statements. And I guess at some point we're going to need a result, and we're going to return that. And I guess we'll just preemptively set result equals null here. Else if t is a function equals token 0, then parse or use, was it use? I guess it's just use. Otherwise, we're kind of in this use declarations. which is that. Use declaration, which is non-empty. So I guess we could hit like comments and stuff. So I guess we want to specifically look for those three, the T string, the T name qualified, right? Oops. Right, a legacy, this boils down to, so use declarations goes to non-empty, which goes to a legacy namespace name, which boils down to these three tokens. So that's what we want to check, and that was, right, legacy namespace, legacy. So yes, otherwise we want to look for, so what were these T string, or T or T name fully qualified and I need to close this then this is just going to be a parse use statement. Okay. I guess I could do a switch. I don't like using switches in PHP in general though, because they're loosely compared, but in this case it shouldn't be an issue. So maybe I'll just do case token 0 or switch. Case T constant. I don't know. Just do that for me. Case T function. Case T Oh yeah, true. It does. Oops. It does have those. In fact, I use that somewhere else. I don't even know where I do it. I could even use a go-to. How do you like that? let's just do that. So the easy case is we get a constant, so we're done, and then use function statements. Otherwise, so with that sorted out, I'm actually going to take a bathroom break. because the problem with drinking coffee is then you need to get rid of your coffee. Yeah. Well, break 2 is okay because nobody's written a catchy blog post titled use of break 2 considered bad. And then didn't actually read the article about what they were actually talking about. But anyway. All right, I'm gonna take a bathroom break. And I don't need to go down to the lobby today because I have water in my unit. So I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm back. It isn't. It is um something I found on Pixabay. Let me see if I can figure out what it is. Um, wait, where do I have this saved? Oh, you know what? Have it saved here. It is well, maybe it's somebody that was inspired by it, so to speak. I was looking at music the other day because I've kind of been thinking about maybe throwing like a Halloween theme on some of my cards, but well, that was not very helpful. It's called Deep in the Ocean. I don't know why it's not showing up. So let's go with Sergey. Okay, well this is not being very helpful. Yeah, that's right. Why couldn't you find that? Technology. Anyway, that's it if you're interested in it. I should probably just throw links into my my title cards. Okay, so actually in this case, we actually want to parse or consume the statement, I believe. Huh. I was listening to something, well, I guess I started a story that I didn't finish. I was listening, I was like kind of trying to find like some Halloween, because I was thinking about maybe throwing some like sort of October/Halloween music and just playing around for Halloween, and I was looking for music, and somebody had basically, I don't know if you saw the like how old you are, if you are familiar with like Bram Stoker's Dracula, but somebody had basically written that without sort of writing it, if you know what I'm saying. Like it's like this is obviously supposed to be like Bram Stoker's Dracula, without it being Bram Stoker's Dracula. Um, Let me see if I can. I'm probably not gonna play it just because I don't want. I'm trying to not put copyrighted music on my stream. But I think that might be it. But it sounded, I don't know, it's hard to tell if that's it without listening to it, I guess. I don't know, do I get fair use if I just, whatever, I'm not going to listen to it. I think that's it. I guess I can mute my computer audio here. Oh, I'm still private. I never went off of private. Can I just mute that? So let me see. Let me know if you can hear any music. Yeah. Okay, this is it. That is it. It was very quiet. I have my speakers turned down. Well, anyway, that led us down the road. So I want to consume this statement. Yeah, well, it is Dracula. It is. But somebody had basically done like kind of rewritten that, so it was like this is somebody rewriting Dracula without it actually being Dracula. So you saying like, oh, this is Skyrim. I'm like, okay, well, I don't I'm not familiar with the Skyrim soundtrack, so I wonder if somebody did the same thing where they're like, ooh, this is awesome, but I'm gonna rewrite or write my own version that's not that's same but different. Okay, so we don't care about that, so we just want to consume the statement. We set the result to null. I don't know what this is doing up here. Yeah. And then we want to stop parsing, so then we break. Okay, so that is that. So now for use function, was that buffer 2? So we're going to have these use declarations. Which is a non-empty use declaration. And actually, I guess there's one thing we want to do here. If equals token, then like what part of databases, like SQL or designing them, or I feel like this shouldn't happen. Well, I mean, I guess the way to not be afraid of them is to just start using one, which does mean you're going to need to write SQL or learn SQL. Um, I don't know. I actually found databases. Yeah. Was it like the modeling or just using like the API for it? Or like the REPL? Because most of them, not all of them, have, command line route like REPL environments. Like I actually find the data modeling part of it to be a lot of fun. Did I ever unprivate myself? I guess I did. Okay. Well, oh, So it's, I mean, it's just tables and code. Oh yeah, he's feeding his cat. Yeah. Well, it lives, so there is, right, the database does create a file. So you are going to have your database file. So there's a physical file that lives on the disk that contains your database. But instead of like having all of your data spread into different files, it all lives in the database. Right, exactly. Yep. Everything, and so, but there's, the different databases, right? It's not stored in like a textual format. Well, you can through the you can through the database management system, DBMS. Yeah, it'll probably be binary, but it's whatever form the So let me see here. Okay, so I believe I have SQLite 3 on here. Let me, you know what, let me just... Let me just pop open another thing. So Gourmet is just a Python recipe editor that I was kind of hacking around with at one point, but it uses SQLite. So if I just look at the recipes, it's a binary file. So that's what that looks like. It's a bunch of gunk. But then every database, it's a physical file. It's not a large one. There it is. So it just stores that database somewhere. But then in order to interact with it, right, you're either going to have like an API, which you're probably more used to using, but then every database has it's called like a DBMS or a database management system. But it's just a command line thing. So if I type it in, now I'm in the command line and I can look. Yeah, I mean, they all kind of run the same way. But yeah, Postgres will have the same thing. So, and every database works a little bit different. But it's just here on the disk now. What is it? Show tables. I'm not often in here. Is it just tables? Tables. So these are the tables in here. And then let's see if I can I just do table, table. I guess this doesn't have auto completion. Ingredients. Is it I forgot how to list the table. I thought it was a show. Can I just do show ingredients? Okay, no. This is not very educational. I realize, but it's been a while since I've been in here. Archive bail, clone connection. Oh, dump. That I guess it's dump ingredients maybe. Okay, well, this is the actual data in it. Well, that's the table definition. I thought there was a way to just show the definition, but that's the table definition. And then these are statements. So this is basically to dump the database to a file, and so you can load it back in. But let's see, dump, echo, exit, excerpt, not explain. Oh, it's schema. I think it's schema. Yeah, schema. And that's the table definition. So all these tables here live in this file. And right, you wouldn't normally interact with the data like in the command line here, but you can come in here to sort of look for a low level. But right, you're going to have like a programmer, you know, a library that you link to or use to sort the data. And the point is you can put I mean, there's like relational theory, which is a large topic or a big topic. But the thing is, you want to structure your tables in such a way so that you minimize duplication of data. So I'm trying to think of like a good example. But then also you can add like these indexes and stuff that makes it very efficient to query. So it basically, if there are fields that you query a lot, and like the ID is normally like a thing, or a way to, it's like a unique identifier for whatever piece of data you're looking at. You would create what's called an index, and then it makes it very fast to search for that or pull that data out of the database. And then what you do is, instead of sort of replicating data, you create, they're called these foreign keys that says, okay, this recipe ID field in this table, it needs to match to a value in this recipe table, like a value in, well, a recipe with the ID. So this recipe ID needs to match an ID in the recipe table, if that makes sense. So like, it's just kind of an example then. I think that's how you get out of there. So, right, we're talking recipes. So you might have a table of ingredients, right? And you'll have like an ID and then maybe just a name. So this would be like 1, 2, 3, 4, and this would be like, I don't know, apples, you know, caramel, cinnamon, something like that. And you got like tomatoes and like noodles or something. So that would be one table. And you would sort of, you'd probably want to, well, this would be indexed, this ID, so it would be very fast. Then maybe you have a table called recipes, and you'll have like, again, you would have maybe an ID and a name, and so it'd just be like 1, 2, and you might have like, you know, caramel apples, and you might have like tasty spaghetti. And then what you'll have then is like recipe, another table called recipe ingredients, maybe, and then this would have like recipe ID and ingredient ID. And so for like caramel apples, you'd have recipe 1, and you'd have apples, which is ID 1, and well, caramel. And then for tasty spaghetti, you'd have that, and you'd have well, tomatoes maybe, and spaghetti or noodles. And so what would happen is, if like you tried, so then you set all these constraints in the database, right? So let's say instead of noodles, you change this to spaghetti, right? Well, it's because this is kind of linking to that, then this reflects, this gets changed everywhere it's used, essentially, if you start to pull this recipe out of the database. Or if you try and, like, you can set a constraint like, okay, this right? This number needs to exist here. So if you come in here and then try and delete that, depending on how things are set up, right, this will either stop you from deleting this, or suddenly spaghetti will just turn into tomatoes or something. So you can set all these constraints in your system. Whereas, right, if you had a flat file, right, you might have, just spaghetti, like name spaghetti, and then I don't know. I'm not trying to stick to a format, but you might have ingredients, noodles and tomatoes, right? And then you might just have something else. If this was some sort of structured format, I don't know. This would be like a list or something. And then for, apples, caramel apples, you'd have the same sort of thing, right? But what this also kind of makes it easy is, not noodles, but apples and caramel, right? But what makes this very hard, right, is if you want to change noodles to spaghetti or something, you have to find everywhere. But also, right, this allows you to say, okay, show me every recipe that has noodles in it or spaghetti, right? This you can just look in here, and right, these would be indexed essentially, so it would be very fast to look up. Whereas here you'd have to pull in all, well, I mean, you'd have to pull in the database anyway, but you'd have to search through every recipe to see which one has noodles. But, again, if I change this to spaghetti, then it wouldn't match or something. So you would want to, this is kind of supposed to, okay, this is our repository of possible ingredients. We just can't have random ingredients in there. So I don't know if that makes sense or that helps at all. But you wouldn't normally manage this through that command line thing, but you can go and take a look at what data is in there or what the table structures are, or if you want to back it up or dump it to disk or something. Sort of more if you're doing under the hood maintenance. But if you're actually sort of interacting with this data, you'd use whatever API is. So don't worry, Bazin. We're going down different rabbit holes. We're talking about databases now. Welcome back. So that's just kind of, I mean, right, knowing how to structure your tables and enforce these constraints are sort of where all the work is involved. But that's essentially it. So there's nothing, right? Oh, no worries, Bazin. Thanks for stopping in. Sleep well. I guess you don't have to wake up for school tomorrow, so have a good weekend. I may try and stream this weekend just because I kind of want to get this project done. But anyway, yeah. Have a good night. Okay, well, no, don't stress about it. If you're sitting around and I start streaming and you're bored, then, stop on in. So, yeah, that's basically the basics of it, Hegel. And if you're interested in learning more, there's a book I really... Oops. Essentials. So the two books that I have been very helpful for me is this one here. Let's see if I can do this without. That one he really talks about like going into sort of that relational, right? This is all this how you structure your tables here and how to break all this information up. It's called like relational algebra, I think. And there's like basically kind of well-defined ways to do that, and so this book goes into all of that. But then this book was super cool, where it's actually just a book of he actually goes through and lays like has actual database schemas for different areas. So like if you want to write a database to like basically manage like a contact, like you're writing like a CRM, like basically has a whole chapter in here on how you should probably lay out your database to handle everything it needs to handle. There's actually 3 volumes of this. I only have the first one. The second one is kind of more of this, but goes into more detail. But then he relatively recently, well, I guess not anymore, but well after the second one, he came out with a third book where he just talks about, it doesn't have specific, I don't have this one, I kind of want to get this one, but I haven't done much database work lately, but he talks about different techniques for, like once you read the other book, you'll see what kind of the patterns that he uses, but this goes into sort of different techniques of modeling stuff in a database. So those are the 2 books I've really found helpful for me, like learning this stuff. If it's something you're interested in kind of digging into. But I personally kind of find modeling the tables a lot of fun, but yeah. I mean, knowing like that relational algebra stuff is good. I mean, it's good if you're designing databases, but also if you know that you can look in data, like if you're poking around with databases, you can figure out where problems are. So let's go in here. So we have, let me just see here. Well, let's, what did I say it was? Schema recipe? So I'm trying to figure out where, oh, you know what? It's, so it's exactly like I said, right? He doesn't have, in this thing, there's just a table of ingredients, but each recipe, right, you'll notice there isn't like a cross table that I showed in the previous one. He's just got ingredients linked to linking back to a recipe. So obviously a recipe can have multiple ingredients, but there, like I just said, there isn't necessarily any way in this database to say, okay, show me every recipe that has apples in it, because apples is going to be here separately. Every recipe that has apples, there's going to be an entry in this ingredients thing, and it could be spelled a different way, it could have different casing, whatever. So it's not, it's kind of not an ideal way to lay out this database. So it's one of the reasons I was kind of poking around with it, and also kind of stopped using it as my recipe program because I was like, this is not doing things correctly. Anyway, that's that. The 10-minute introduction to databases, I guess. All right, I've been doing a lot of yeah, no worries, no worries. But if you're like familiar with PostgreSQL or something, I may actually have this installed. I don't remember what I have. I guess I don't anymore. I think the PostgreSQL thing is PSQL. But if you have like some PostgreSQL databases lying around somewhere, you can use that and you can type the database name just like I did with mine. And it'll have a similar interface, you know. Not identical, but yeah. Any sort of database system, it'll have a command line like that so you can poke around in the database. Just make sure you're not in a production database and you delete everything. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, you get to a super large database like that, PostgreSQL, like, it may structure how it's actually laid out on disk differently than like SQL or SQLite. Like SQLite, it's kind of just like a save file format. So it's kind of meant to be embedded in applications, and you can use that as your save files, basically. So that is like purposely meant to just be like one file on your disk. So something like PostgreSQL, it may write whatever it does under the hood to save its files on the disk. It can do whatever you want, but you're not meant to interact with the files directly. You're supposed to go through the command line. So I shouldn't necessarily say it's all one file, but it's definitely saving all the data onto your disk somewhere. However it implements that though is totally up to the database. Yeah. Yeah, I may organize things differently, you know. Yeah, I mean, well, I don't really, I have no idea how its file format is implemented. But then you also have an option, like if you want to dump out all the data, you know, like in SQLite there, you saw that dump command, where it just output all the raw SQL statements. So you can do that with PostgreSQL too. So if you need to dump everything out just to a text file, you could, but right, if you're talking gigabytes of data, you are going to end up with like a gigabyte-sized file. But you also have other options. You can just dump out the schema or something. But anyway, but yeah, you do have options to like dump or export all that data out as text. But that's not how it's going to live on the disk normally. All right. Let me try and wrap this up because I do have some other things I want to do this afternoon. And I haven't made much progress today. No worries. I haven't had a lot of like viewers, or at least viewers that interact. So it's the kind of thing where I may have to sort of crank for a while and then interact with chat though. But I don't have enough really viewers to sort of figure out how to manage that. But no worries. Don't feel guilty about that for interacting with me. Okay, so this is we have a use type, right? And then we go to use declarations, which are down here, which is a non-use. Why is that? Use type use declarations. Oh, I see what it's doing. Okay, so non-empty. Okay, so use declaration. So this is going to go to so at this point we're just actually going to parse, right? So I kind of feel like result is going to equal parse use function. Should parse equals false, and then we'll just break. So let's maybe write that. Okay, and so result is going to equal some like new use statement. And then we're going to return that. Okay, and then I guess we'll go while true again. Token equals iterator tokens, and I think this is just iterator pause. If so, something like if equals token, we're gonna break out of there. Then if we can also have a comma, then we're gonna want to save the identifier, I guess. I feel like I should assert that, I don't know. What do I do up here? I don't know if I assert, I think I just, yeah. I think I just do that. That should never be the case, I feel like. This is also going to be continue. And then we get into the meat of it here. Token 0. And then, so we're having a case. This is going to be the same thing as up here, I think we said. So this is one of the I guess I'm not sure how this is represented. So what do we have here? We've got see, this is the problem with using like a modal editor like NeoVim. Is I go into something like this and I keep trying to use modal commands. Let's just see what happens here. Okay, so we can just sort this. So so we want tokens equals token, I think it's token get all. Okay, now I got a big array of gunk. So let's just see what we're getting here. Namespace, use, foobar. Okay. Okay, so it is just sucking this all up into, well, actually, I don't know that. We're gonna have to go back to earlier versions. So what are we getting here? No, okay. So foo/bar. Okay, was that in the grammar? Where are we here? Legacy namespace name. Where are we here? Namespace name. I feel like this is not correct. Ooh, something's... That was epic. Use where? Use declaration. It's October, you know. Ghosts in the machine. So they're doing something under the hood here. Where they're like automatically concatenating the thing. So we want to do maybe use equals that, and then as equals that maybe. And write that. Where are we here? Oh, okay. So we were getting use. Where are we here? Use. Who? Okay, so that is a token. So that is stop it. Yeah, I know. Maybe it's ghosts in the server. Maybe it's not me. Or ghosts in the browser. Who knows? Ghosts in the CSS or something. Yeah. That's going to be token 1, I believe. Actually, I guess we can just tack all this on. I don't know what it is, though. T... Where are we here? Let's just see what happens with that. Oh, semicolon. So we got to get back, include end of life. Oh, you know what? That's what's causing that. Let's take that out. So it is T namespace separator. So for all of those, we just want to tack that on to use, I believe. I guess one thing we can do here is we can do use that equals token, and then as equals token one, maybe break. So that way, right, because basically the last oh, well, this doesn't really work if it's qualified, I suppose. So I take it back. Which means we can just do that. And I forget I'm not in C here. And then we've got to handle as. Which I guess is just T as. And then as is just what did we say here? An identifier not reserved is just a string. So we actually want to maybe a condition on that. Oops. So we want set out identifier maybe equals true. This is going to be if set identifier, then as equals token 1. Otherwise, use is going to equal token 1. So I guess that, and then I guess instead of just to keep this consistent, and then what we want to do is I wonder if I should, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make this an array. And I feel like what I want to do is make this use function, and we're going to go use and as, but we do actually have to what we want to do is we're going to need to sort out the identifier. So as is going to be resolve use identifier, and we'll pass in use and as. and then this is what use and as we said. I'll just return as. And I think there's a pos equals use, and I think that's what it is. So actually, I suppose keeping track of the function declaration would help. So haystack is going to be used. Prior to if needle, okay, needle's always a string. So this returns false if the needle is not found. Then as is going to be use. Otherwise, as is going to equal substring use pos, I believe, and that's it. I think that's it for that. I'm just trying to figure out what the best way to maybe throw some tests in here just to make sure we're doing reasonable things. Now let's, oh, did not get very far. Let's see what PHP Stan has to say about anything. So string use fparam string as. It's going to return a string. 1248, I believe it was unhappy. Oh, I forgot to set 1236. Oh yeah, I need to identify that. So I guess what we're saying is this is going to return use function, an array of use functions. Oops. I suppose this is going to be the same thing. So, except this is probably going to be use a statement, an array of use statements. So I guess we'll do that. So here we don't actually need to do anything. Okay, so where are these other classes we have here? And these classes are actually not very well named, but oh well. use statement, I guess. Or maybe this is an interface? I don't know. Use a function. This might just be an interface, actually. An empty interface. And this is going to be public use and public as. And this is going to implement. Okay, so that works because we're not actually calling this. So how do I best want to test this right now, just to make sure we have something reasonable happening? Oh, parse use function. So this is happening where? Parse using. Oh, that's right. I just said I'm not calling this. This is going to go to namespace parse using. Just, well, okay. And then what uses this? Next token. Oh, hey, Schoolie. Welcome. Thanks for the raid. You're my biggest raid so far. The last person that raided me, I think it was just them. How'd your stream go? Are you were you working on your language? It's going well. Did a bunch of chatting, talked about databases. I forget what else we talked about, but I'm actually parsing, parsing basically like use statements for. So I mean, if you're writing a programming language, it's sort of relevant. But it's going good. And I'm just trying to figure out the best way to test this right now. Oh, nice. Nice. Are you writing it in Python? Oh, okay. Cool, very cool. I feel like it's a very fun project, so I hope you're... It's going to be difficult, it won't be easy, but you'll learn a lot, I think, so that's a very cool project to take. I am just writing, so just to kind of give you the quick rundown. So in my test framework, I actually parse PHP files to find the tests. So basically, the framework has its own parser. It's not like a full-fledged parser. We only look for things that we care about and just kind of skip past the rest. But what I'm want to do is, in some of basically, if you're familiar with like Python, right? You have like these import statements to bring a module into scope, sort of. You know, import. I don't know. I can't think of any modules now. HTTP or something in Python. So you have kind of the same thing in PHP with these use statements. So I'm just trying to parse these use statements to see what we get essentially. Well, not see what we get, but so I can actually handle these, and then we can save this stuff off in as we discover files. We can actually save these using statements off, and then later on in other parts of the code we can actually use them to resolve, like right here, right? Phi resolves to actually foo bar and stuff. So that's what I'm working on, and I just wrote I think 2. So this is the grammar here. There's actually a project called PHP Parser where they've written a parser in PHP, a PHP parser in PHP. And so this is the grammar here. I don't know how much you've gotten into it, but this kind of shows, defines in very verbose fashion what the legal syntax for PHP. So I was kind of slogging through that and kind of got tired of that, so I'm just writing code now to parse it. So that is yeah, well, figuring out this grammar is not very fun because it's the way they have it laid out. It's so verbose, but I mean, so the first part, right, of parsing is you're going to tokenize the language. So you come up with these predefined tokens. So this TUse token, and it's just a constant. Oh, all right. But anyway, this TUse token corresponds to this use keyword there. So that means we know that we've hit one of these definitions. So then I just call to parse using, which is just a function that will then parse the rest of it. So essentially, we're just iterating through additional tokens. If we hit the semicolon, right, we know we're at the end here and we're done. This is just PHP tokens can be represented in different ways, but then otherwise we look for, let me see here, what do I actually have? So you can also write things like, this is a special case, you can have something like use function, something like that. I wonder if that'll work. I guess those are all functions then, right? Anyway, so I need to figure out a little bit of the semantics, but then we parse that use function, and we just basically then look for these tokens, right? You can have multiple, you know, like in Python, you can have like import 1, 2 to import multiple modules. So we're just looking for these tokens to where are we here? Oh, I guess this doesn't. This might be bugged now that I'm looking at this because we're munching this token twice. Uh, Although I guess we're saying we're done here, so that might be fine. Anyway, I don't know if that makes sense. I'm kind of rushing through that, but that's what I'm doing. Oh, okay. Well, the so that compiler book I gave you to yesterday, the crafting interpreters book, it actually teaches you how to do it all manually. So if that's at all interesting, that might be. I don't know if that will be easier or harder than trying to figure out how some other library works, but that's an option too. Yeah, sure. I may actually. I think I actually have it up. I think I was looking at it. Yeah. And then this is the page, but then the book is actually available online. That's it there. And actually, uh, I've been drinking coffee and water, so I'm gonna have to take a quick bathroom break. So I'll be back. I'll be back in in a couple minutes or so. And then I'll probably just try and bang out the rest of this parsing, and I'll probably have to try and come back this weekend, and then sort of start using this elsewhere in the code, just because it's getting on to 4 o'clock almost. Not almost, but it's a little bit past 3, and I'm going out tonight, so I have some other things to do. So before I go out. Anyway, okay, I'll be back in a few minutes. It's my timer. Oh well. Yeah, I've definitely got like the like Fight Club basement camera going tonight or today. So what I guess I'll do though, did I just not save anything? Is let me just make sure this works. Is I guess I will. And what do I have? I've got resources. What's in resources? Yeah, my tests are such a mess. Let's go test test discover file, and we're doing okay. So let's just do that. We're gonna have to do okay. This is so annoying with the different PHP versions, but right now let's just get this working for this version. Test using I guess file path. So here we just set up the stuff and then and really what I just want to do, I guess, here is make sure the parsing is working. So anyway, let's so let's go namespace 1, namespace 2, and I guess we only have function right now, so using function 1 as well, let's just do that. Or it's not using, it's use. Let's just go 1, let's go echo 1, echo foo, echo 1 again, echo 2 again. And I don't know, if I don't throw any tests in here, this may... What do we have? 2? I guess we just have 1 and 2. That's all we have there. And I guess let's just run it. I didn't have any output though. Oh, I have a syntax error, of course. Oh, I hate PHP namespace identifiers or separators. Oh. Oops. All right, so the output we got was 1 equals 1, 1, 2 equals 1, 2. Okay, so that all works as expected. So now let's do let's try that. Oops. Bunch of empty arrays. Well, I guess that's because I broke that up into we only have the one output. So we got 1, 1 is 1 again. That's all we got. Okay, well that's obviously not working. Right? So if we have a T function, we want to parse use function, right? So what's going on here? Well, let's just step in here, actually. So this is what test? That. And this is in file tests. Oh, that's not, just known as SAT. Okay, but test discovery, test discover file, function equals, just make sure we're getting that one test. We are. Okay, so PHP debug equals okay, so we want to break on source discover line. Actually, you know what? Let's break here on I guess 1197. Okay, so we'll just go through there. Result. So what do we have here? 392. That seems right, I guess. It is an array, so we don't have a const. Oh, it already walked through that. So while parse token Strangetest class info. Okay, all right, continue. problem is, right, we're parsing. Oh boy, okay. So this is a little bit annoying. Because we're going to break on this every time we hit a use thing and every... So I would like to just break on... Here's what we'll do. Discover file. So if test using.php equals substring file path, I guess subreverse string. Isn't there like a sub R string? No. Huh. So I guess file path minus sterling test using. Let's just see what happens there. We found it. Sweet. Okay. So we want to break on source discover.php 300. And then after that, we want to break on parse using. So that is sort, no, we want to set that up. So continue or run. So now we want to break on source discover 1202. What happened? Why don't we break there? Wait, what did I not save? Alright. Let's try that again. Okay. Now we want to break on parse using, which is break on source discover.php. Watch this not work either. Okay, thank you. So token is what now? Empty space, I think? That sounds right. Function, so that sounds right. So we do, okay, so parse use function. There we are. Use as set as equals false. So while true, believe that's just empty space. Yes. Why are we breaking? Oh, I guess that we're not actually breaking. So 1, 1. It's not that. It's not that. It is an array. So use is now 1, 1. Right, that then we should hit. Oh, because I'm dumb. This is why. We're never actually saving that would help. Okay, so having done that, now what do we have? So we don't, okay, so when we resolve this use identifier, we actually want to take off that leading namespace thing. Okay, so that's dope. Oh, you know what we want to do? This is not dope. We want to set using as back to the empty string. Right? Did I do that right? Oh, use. First of all, we want to do that. Then we want to do that. Okay. All right, so that takes care of that. Now we have the more generic case of so now we have this, let's see, function parse, oops. I guess I should rename this to parse use statement. So if we have a constant, if we have a function, then everything is going to be a function. Otherwise, we'll ignore this group use declaration for now. So let's just get use declarations. And I think, right, so the only kind of mildly annoying thing here is we've already like munched the token. So I guess what we can just do is iterator pub will just move that back one, and then we will parse use, I don't even know what we call it, parse, because right, we have, I don't know, parse use identifier. And I think should parse probably goes to false, and they're going to want to break. And this might actually look basically the same as parse use function. This is going to be use identifier, I guess. Parse use identifier. And right, this looks exactly the same, except we're returning use identifier, which we're going to have to define. Case. Yeah. And actually, you know what? This is going to go to a final class. Type function equals 2, I guess. So we're going to have public type, public use, and public as. And then we'll just have so actually, I guess I didn't really need to retype all of that, but too late. Final class use statement. So let's just see what that makes that choke. Oops. Boink. So this is going to be new use statement, and that's going to be use statement type function, I think I said. That's going to be the same. Oh, this is going to be use statement. Something is wrong here. Oh, that's because I didn't update this yet. All right, so use statement 1322, 1280. actually, yes, set. Oh, what did I call it? Use identifier. Okay, and then actually, right, this is going to be type, and this is going to go to I love typing type P. I don't know what's up with that. So we're just going to pass in the type in here. Same thing here. Actually, I guess we'll just use that. That gets rid of that. Let's see if that breaks. So what's the problem here? Type. Oh, use statement. I guess I need to actually type that correctly. Oh, this is going to be this is going to be use identifier. Type function. So it looks like we're still parsing everything here. Okay. 1, 1 is 1. Yep, 1, 1 is 1. 1, 2 is foo. And then 1, 1 is 1 again, and 1, 2 is 2 again. So now I guess we need to I guess we'll stick another maybe namespace in here. I don't know. So use, so we're gonna have use 3 classes. So let's just do use 3. Use 3 as classes. Use 3, 1 as. I guess we'll just do the same thing here. Use 3, 2 as class 2. Actually, I wonder if this needs to be actually properly qualified. That's interesting. That's interesting. I guess it doesn't really matter, as 1 again, and 3, 2 as 2, 2. So now let's echo 3 equals, so this should just probably work, even though this is a bunch of nonsense. So we've got class 2, 1, this is going to be 1 again. What do we get? What do we get? What do we get? What do we get? So we have 3 equals 3, classes equals 3, 1 equals 3, 1, class 2 equals 3, 2, 1 again equals 3, 1, and 2, 2 equals 3, 2. So what did we actually get parsed here? We have nothing. Okay, so I'm not sure if I save this or not. Oh, I guess I need to do that maybe. Okay, so we got 3 is 3. 3 is classes. 3, 1 is 1. 3, 2 is class 2. 3, 1 is 1 again. And 3, 2 is 2, 2. All right. Is that all? Huh, I'm getting output out here too. Oh, I know why. Okay, yes, that is, all right. So that takes care of that. Now we need to handle these group using statements. And those are going to be obnoxious, I think. So we need to go back to here. Okay, so group use, we still have a use. Everything is the same until we hit one of these. Oh yeah? Can you make much sense out of them? Oh, posting up your VODs? Yeah, watching programming is hard. It's hard to, I don't know, I think a lot of coders, maybe not a lot, maybe that's an overstatement, but I feel like more people usually have it on as background noise than sitting there actively paying attention. Unless it's like specifically meant as like a tutorial on how to do something. I've kind of debated keeping that up. So I don't know. I guess as long as I have time to maintain that, I guess I will, but I've kind of debated just not archiving all of them. So I guess I feel like what is happening here, now there's one thing we can do. There's probably an optimization we can make because we know this is, right, the first thing we do is include the test file so we know it's valid syntax. So there's not necessarily things we need to do that if we were actually parsing a random file that we would need to do. Like, we don't actually need to distinguish, I think, between this and this, because if somebody messes this up, it's just not going to parse. So we may be able to just like handle that. Handle that and not actually care. But so what are we saying here? So if we're saying we hit like a colon, or not a colon, whatever you call that thing, a brace, a left brace, an open brace. Uh, so an inline, so what do we have? Inline goes to non-empty inline. Which goes to an inline use. Which goes to, so yeah, you can use and then an unprefixed. Which then goes to a namespace name, which is a string or a, okay, so it cannot be a fully qualified name. And then right, if we hit this this closed bracket, we're done. Essentially, I mean, there's still a thing to be munched there, but we're done. So I feel like um I guess it's going to be kind of like this. So if we get a colon or semicolon, right, we're done, I guess. Otherwise, we just like continue. Otherwise, we continue. Otherwise, we kind of almost want to like we're gonna want to parse, do like a subparse almost. Parse use identifier and set like a prefix with the iterator. No, that won't quite work because right? If this is an identifier, then we can have, So let me think about it, because I don't know. Is it worth having like parse use group? And then like we're gonna pass in this use as the prefix. And then we'll do the type, I guess, maybe. Or I guess that's what I'm saying. We don't even need to use the type, right? Now I guess what we want to do is we want, well, I guess we can't assert that. But what we do want to do is advance that basically we want to munch that closing thing, I suppose. I mean, I guess we kind of almost just want to break out of here and like handle this down in parse use group. I guess we don't need the type, right? We just kind of said that, I feel like. So in this case, we're going to have, I feel like something, let's just yoink this for a second. So what did I call it? Oh, I didn't underscore it. So, so we're not going to have, where are we here? Unprefixed or inline use. So, I guess let's just do unprefixed. So unprefixed is non-empty, which is an unprefixed use, which is a namespace name. With a comma. So we're not going to have this. But because we do have an optional comma, So this is actually going to change into what, this close bracket. And I think this is going to be if Sterling used. We're not going to have a type here, right? I guess we're going to have to set type equal to something. Let's just default this to type identifier. And then we'll set type there. Then we'll break out of here, and then actually what we're going to want to do is consume the rest of the statement. So if we have a comma, we'll set this to type back to identifier. We're not going to have that. We're not going to have that. Otherwise, we are saying we can only have, I think, a string or name qualified. But we can have, we said we can have a type, right? I guess what we can do is, right, we'll keep parsing. So we're going to have a case t constant. And then we'll want to set type equals we're probably going to want something like that, I guess. Case t function. Type equals use statement type function. Okay, and so here, if we have so if we have using a type. So if we have that if type, maybe something like that. This is going to be, oh, you know what? But I totally screwed this up. Okay, so I forgot to stick the. I really don't like statement. So that's going to go to that. Prefix, use equals prefix. As is going to do that. So I guess that maybe. Okay, so nothing I did should have broken. So let's just check this out. So 1-1 got parsed as 1, 1-2 got parsed as foo, right? What does test use, I think? Yeah. So 1-1 got parsed as 1, 1-2 got parsed as foo, 1-1 got parsed as 1 again, and as 2 again. Those are all functions. 3 got parsed as 3. Three got parsed as classes. 3-1 gets parsed as 1. 3-2 gets parsed as class 2. 3-1 got parsed as 1 again, and 2-2. So I guess what we'll do here is we'll do use function. Let's throw these functions in here too. So we want use function 3, 1, 3-1 is I don't know. 1 again. And I guess one thing I'm not... I need to try this with like... I don't know, let's just see what that looks like. I feel like that's going to be a little bit screwy. Oh, I have an extra... Did we parse this? 3, 1 is 1. Oh, we did. 3, 3, 1 as 1 again. And those are... Oh, yeah. Okay. So I feel like there's kind of a... secularness there. I don't know. Well, I guess I can actually take a type. And then this is just going to go to type. I think that might sort that out. Because right, we'll never hit this if we're in a type function or whatever, like a function grouping. Otherwise, if it's an identifier, so I think that might just actually fix that. Yeah, and then now I need to actually... Gosh, I do not want to type statement. And this is going to be... I guess we're just going to pass this type through. So, okay, that works now. This is actually going to be a function. I guess that actually works. That's a bit weird, but let's see what we get there. So we have class 3.1 is 1. We have function 3, right? 3.1 is 1 fun, and we have function 3.3.2 is 2, right? Is that right? And then we have that's not right. That is not right. Oh, because I'm... Yeah, this is silly of me. So type people's type. I feel like this should be a PHP stamp thing. So, oh well. That'll fix that. Okay. So that seems to be working. Oh, yes. That was dumb of me. So I guess... Um... What we want to do is that. And so if I guess what instead of that, what we want to do is something like that. And then we'll set that back to that. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, so here, okay, maybe let's just, got a lot of parsing going on here, lots of parsing. So, use function 1.1 is 1, use function 1.2 is foo, use function 1.1 is 1 again, and 1.2 is 2 again, and then identifier 3 is 3, and then 3 is classes. 3.1 is 1. 3.2 is class 2. 3.1 is 1 again. 3.2 is 2.2. And then down here we've got 3.1. It's a function. 3.1 is 1. 3.3.1 is 1 again. That's also a function. And then we've got 3.1 is 1. 3.1 is 1 fun. That's a function. 3.3.2 is 2. That's a function. 332 is 2 is a class. And then nothing. Okay, so that seems to be working. And I think I may actually wrap it up there. Because like I said, I'm heading out later tonight. And I have some things I would still like to do this afternoon. So I guess, yeah, I guess I'll just leave things the way they are. Things are a little bit broken, but the parsing seems to be working. I may just take another look at this just to, because like some of this is a little bit dumb. Like, if we have an array, then right, this can go to this. I think if this is an array, we can just do that. Otherwise, if not an array, although here, again, I kind of don't like this. The fact that that can become a break. I guess that's all we're saying here. Although I guess this break doesn't work, so something like that, I guess. So I feel like that's a little bit cleaner. Assuming there aren't funky casts going on here, which hopefully there won't be. Watch everything break horribly now. I guess I should test that. So we've got, or check that at least. So 1, 1 goes to 1, that's a function. 1, 2 goes to 2, that's a function. 1, 1 goes to 1 again, that's a function. 1, 2 goes to 2 again, that's a function. 3 goes to 3, 3 goes to classes. 3, 1 goes to 1. 3, 2 goes to class 2. 3, 1 is 1 again. 3, 2 is 2, 2. And then 3, 1 goes to 1. 3, 3, 1 goes to 1 again. Those are functions. And 3, 1 goes to 1. That's an identifier. 3, 1 goes to 1 fun. That's a function. 3, 3, 2 goes to 2. That's a function. And then 3, 3, 2 goes to 2. That is an identifier. So there you go. Appears to be working. I'm wondering if I should, I know this is going to break, but I wonder if I should push this up just to see, because I feel like some of these qualifiers, like as soon as I get into older versions of PHP, some of these qualifiers I think are not going to exist, and it's going to break my nice switch statements here. Yeah, it is schooly. I'm going to a, I guess it's a street fest tonight. What is it right now? Do I even want to know? 52? Okay. And a lot of people I think are like, oh, it's 50. I'm not going out tonight. But I'm probably not going out for the rest of the weekend. I've been spending too much money lately. Anywho. So what have we done? Let me just take a quick look at our changes. Oh, do I think... I guess I should probably save this. So let's check out what we did. Oh, I suppose... I guess I could take that out. I don't know. So we've got our use statement. I have a feeling all these cases are going to have to go to if statements, but so yeah, I may just take another look at this tomorrow, or not tomorrow, well, maybe tomorrow. Might be tomorrow night, actually. A late night, a Saturday night stream. But then, so now we need, the next step is to save off all these parsed using statements to the appropriate namespace in the current file that we're discovering. And then the next thing to do is in the declaring actually, let me make a note on that real quick. I'm a little bit can be as who or as or and determine that we can reflect and determine what the past function or method was. I guess I need to validate which versions that's in, but I think that's in PHP 8.1. Okay, so I'll just make that note because thanks to Hegel, we determined at least for some of that will work. So that's something we should probably look at. Cool, cool, cool. All right. So yeah, with that, I guess I'm going to wrap it up. Schoolie, thanks for hanging out. If anybody else is lurking, then thank you so much for joining me. Or if you're watching this, excuse me, on the VOD after the fact, again, thank you for joining me. And until next time, thanks, Schoolie, you too. But otherwise, until next time, whoever or wherever or whenever you are, I bid you peace and take care.